my name, not my name. This game is gonna break me. This game has already broken me. Happy Friday. Welcome back. Welcome back to hell. Hope you're doing good. We're gonna. I'm feeling so good. I'm feeling great. We're gonna start case 4, and I have no feelings on the matter. Hope that sounds good. Hope you know everything's fine. We're gonna. Yeah, you're welcome. You know, case 3+1 in it. Yeah, the 3+, double 3+ good. I don't have anywhere. I don't have anything. I don't have anything to say. We're just gonna. Oh wait, hold on. Lynn's theme is after that. There you go. Odd girl. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. I hope everyone's doing good. We're gonna go into the thing. Let me get caught up. Is that a threat? Everything about this series is a threat against my brain. I don't know what the hell's happening, but I'm excited to see where it goes. So let's get going. Let me, first of all, well, Quincy, thanks for 3 years. What the heck? Enjoy your Oki. I think this is almost a year, right? Super excited for this case and all of its insane twists. If there's any more twists on this, I'm gonna actually sue Capcom for whiplash damages. Oh, Jacob Bacon, thanks for 50 months. Thanks for the prime. Happy 50th sub-anniversary. I got you this Friday night. Oh shit. It's just what I wanted. It was on my wish list. How'd you know? Sue Takumi. There you go. Evil shoot. No. Shutakumi is already the evil Shutakumi. Smash Mix with 100 bits. There's an arcade enthusiast acquired film reels for a 76 version of Nintendo's Wild Gunman, like in a game with live actors. They proceed to film alongside promotional material to recreate the arcade cabinet. It'll be on Ontario Pinfest. That's rad. Okay, Kaylee, thanks for 33 months. I'm going back to VODland, but this series is bringing me so much joy. Haha. Much love, Barry and chat. Hope you enjoy the VODs. And I hope you enjoy it when you get to it. It's fine. Alan Brass, thanks for the classic hammy. Here's to the birthday hammy. Hoping the sandwich ingredient comes with it. I have a new version on the 19th, and since I'll be karaokeing, the alert comes today. Happy birthday. I hope it's a good one. I really appreciate it. And Casual, thanks for 51 months. Thank you. That's a lot of months. Is he still in the Monster and Writer's minds? I have no idea. His Wikipedia article says that's the last thing he worked on as a quest writer, but that was credited as like 5 years ago. So I don't know. I'm just gonna keep saying it. I hope he's cackling to himself on vacation somewhere, or he's cooking. Either way, I want the best for that man, even though he inflicts so much pain upon me. We're gonna start case 4 though. I did mention previously. Hi, Fizz. How you doing? I did mention that current plan is a game with friends day on Sunday. So I consider doing something else instead of this, because it might be Tuesday before we're able to continue whatever this case has. I doubt this is a one-stream case. Those days are long gone. I didn't want to wait. I just need. I'm marinating in the brain rot, so I just needed to have more time. If I take too much time away from it, I'll detox, and then I'll have all the shocks that come with that, and I can't go through that. What is happening at the time? I don't know. It's fucking April. I don't know. That gravity bomb, right? Yeah, no, the gravity bomb in my brain that flipped my brain upside down and blew it up. I don't know. I think there's like you could write a 500-page essay on case 3 of this game. That was a doozy. But let me get going, because I wanna do. Monster Riders died in 2022. He's free. Okay, maybe he's still writing. Maybe he's in an office with no windows in Capcom, writing quests for Monster Hunter Riders because no one's told him the game was shut down. That would be great. Hey, Vidivice, thanks for 28 months. This whole series has permanently damaged my brain. Thanks for sharing it with all of us. Thank you. And thanks to chat for yelling at me about Ace Attorney and for being excited about Ace Attorney, because it's your fault we're here. If I had my druthers, I'd be like, no, fuck that. I played the spin-off and I'm out. But the chat's like, this is fun. We like it when you stream it. I'm like, good. Right. Now we're all trapped in here together. Is that what you wanted? We did this. Is this what you wanted? Does this spark joy in your heart? Tracker gifted a sub to Viz. Thank you, Tracker. I appreciate it. Welcome back, Viz. I watch you suffer. I've noticed. A gamer, thanks for 100 bits. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. It is crazy to think we're here. I never would have thought when I was like, I just want to play one game for the context for the spin-off. That would be all these games, and then all the number of times when people were like, "Are you gonna play all the spin-offs?" I was like, "Nah, I don't think so." And now here we fucking are. So shit. Let's get going. Case 4. More damage to my brain, please. Shoot Takumi. So can I get us caught up? No. Will I? No. We're starting a new case, but if you missed the last stream or you don't remember what happened, a lot happened. It was an eventful case in and of itself, and then we got like the double whammy of some of Van Zeke's backstory, of like, do you want to know why I'm racist? And Ryunosuke's like, I mean, sure, I guess. And then we got the reveal of who the professor is, and then we got the reveal of the apprentice, and it was just like back to back to back, and it was just like, I fucking can't. It went full fucking soap opera, and I was there, riveted for every second of it. So, where do we start? Yep, no, it really, that is how it went. And then, yeah, Chad asking about his brother, whose name is Clint, with a K and an L and I and a T. Ryunosuke hates women in STEM, Kazuma hates wax statues, Van Zeeks hates the Japanese. That part is not news, that is true. So, we're gonna get back into it. We're gonna go back into it. Yeah, Asian, I don't know. Yeah, Twisted Karma and his last bow, not bow, like I previously read it as. Now, karma gives me pause as a word in Ace Attorney, but I'm sure it's coincidence. Let's go. Episode 4, The Phantom Menace. It's not the episode. It was indeed a most curious incident. Oh.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement.
Why are they all...
A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town.
That's what I looked like after ending stream last night.
There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson.
Is it the book where... I thought that was the...
So quickly now,
the falls,
take
right?
your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow.
The what? Something falls?
For our adventure is not over yet.
But then he brought him
Come.
back, didn't he?
The game is afoot.
I thought Arthur Conan Doyle was like, I'm done with Sholmes. I'm gonna kill him. And then he was like, he brought him back. And he's like, yeah, never mind, I want money. And then he killed him off again. Reichenbach falls. Yeah. This one where he kills someone. Right, well, they both died, and he was like, I'm done. The first real fandom revolt. The first one in modern history that we know of. I guess in case anyone doesn't know, there was a story that involved his nemesis, Professor Moriarty, and then they were wrestling on top of a waterfall and fell off and died. And the author was just like, I'm done making fucking home stories, y'all are crazy. And people were so mad for so long and wouldn't let him rest that he resurrected him. It was just like, fine, he's back. Just like, it was good. It was good. Were they wrestling shirtless? Just asking. Probably. Good mystery, a League of Redheads. Yeah, for sure. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Cosmo regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. On a scale from 1 to Reichenbach Falls, how you doing? Ugh. Touch my phone. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's an Ace Attorney background. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Oh, good. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Foyer. Sherlockian game? No. Should've been stronger than Doyle. He's stronger. He power scaling between my shitpost authors. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Oh. Do you suppose my father knew that he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, They did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right. But for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. Became Shin Kazuma. That probably means he knows then. So we're supposed to believe, right, that 16 years ago, this Japanese man went to England to study, spent 6 years there, and then went insane and started killing everyone. And that's a non-realistic outcome to spending 6 years in England? We're supposed to think that that's weird, right? I'm just like within the fiction of the universe. Just trying to make sure that makes sense. That's normal. About Kazuma showing up here in London with him. It's weird it took 6 years. That's why Saseki had to leave. Right, he was only there for, what, like a year? A few months? Only 6 years. Showing up here in London with amnesia and that he's regained his memory now. 6 years of beans on toast will do that to a motherfucker. Phoenix went to London, then he fought at MVC3. That's true. That's the brain damage timeline. There she is. Oh, father. Oh, and who is that next to you? Oh my god. Hello, Susato. How are you? It's a fucking judge. Why is he so tall and built like that? Very well, thank you. We're delighted you have arrived safe and sound. The fact that Mikotoba and the judge were all buddy-buddy, and they went on this trip together, and they're here now, I'm just... The suspicionometer is going off the charts. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure. Dual judges? I hope they fight. They're like sharing the bench, wrestling. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. What do you mean, question mark? Who else has a beard like that? The news had crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. I mean, I understand the question marks. It's like seeing your teacher outside the classroom at the grocery store. It's the judge out and about in the real world. You're like, who the fuck is this person? Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression you can't quite place me. Seattle banker. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. Oh, you're... Stupid bit. He just brings with... I mean, if I was a judge, I'd walk around with a gavel. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's a very neat thing. I always like to talk about and point out, like, how these games use the different elements on the chessboard in different ways. And having the judge be a real character, eventually, after, like, a game and a half, is pretty neat. Your Excellency! Confetti falls. Hello, Judge Jigoku, how are you? It's been a long time. He laughs like Ganondorf. Good! You've remembered now, that really did the trick. Guilty! People die when I do this. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Eugene? Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Will that come into play later? Oh, I knew you were jealous. Sorry? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Cosmo's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Ah, yes, now, Naruhodo, I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. Yeah? About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. That we were implicated in and thought we got away with. Maybe? Yes, could you tell us any more about it? But first of all, have you seen this? Professor Mikotoba, I wonder, could I show you something? Why do you seem so nervous? I suppose because I'm a student showing something to a professor? That's always quite nerve-wracking. 10 years? That's almost 12 years ago. I'm sorry I perturb you in that way, but anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Okay. I'm gonna look around the room a bit. Wow, that's a big luggage. Well, you know what they say about a man with big luggage. Owns a lot of stuff. Look at that! It's a picture of the Crystal Tower. Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. Big packages. Thanks, Blooper Dooper. Big shoes. You know what they say about a man with big shoes? Big socks. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways. There's a 20-meter tall chimney on the bathhouse near my lodgings at Yume University. The attendant there is always boasting that's the tallest object in the neighborhood. Big shoe Takumi. Big airplane fees. I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall? What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yume Soaking Hot Springs is that? And if it's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely. I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh. You know what they say about a man with big shoes? He's a clown. Have you seen all those sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that. Ah, it's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room? It's probably electric light bulbs that are actually throwing the light. If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping on the floor. I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Chandelier? That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay. Oh, so do you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there? Yes, I'm sure it must be. I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like. If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland. True, London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Espensivo. Look at those cases just left there on that trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am. Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything. Ah, so it's a trap designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. Isn't that one of the jurors from the first game? Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose? Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes. Not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with intent to steal, you know. I don't like that he's back, I don't like that he had a new outfit, I don't like that he had a new model. I don't like any of this. But it's at least, I don't know, a change of pace to see a juror first and then them as an NPC second. Instead of, what do you mean, why are you here? Hey, so, That's Beppo! I miss Beppo. How was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. Beppo's boss. He was Beppo's boss. He's been demoted to porter in a hotel. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. So you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. Beppo will return. I'm very proud of you, Father. 50 days at sea is a long time. It's thanks to Seshiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited. And I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugene. You were close friends with a professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Kazuma's father, I suppose. Okay. Photographic evidence is a great way to phrase it. I have a theory Takumi wanted to make a third game set in France. Press mention a ton. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asogi. Genshin. You knew, I presume. Father? Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Just a little late, we just started. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What? What? That's news to us? So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. So they're good actors or they weren't in on it. I'm just gonna be suspicious of these guys still in the game. Thanks, Wire Mouse. 71. Cosmo was so peak. It was so good. It was the big sword with them. I couldn't say no. Thanks for the soup. Heavy warning for attempted suicide. Appreciate the heads up. If you want to give another nudge closer to, so if anyone needs to dip, they'll know when. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? I can't stick around. I meant that in like a general. I did say you. If anyone is aware of when that's coming up, you can nudge about it. In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. We must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? I hope not. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugene here, Genshin Isogi, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yeah, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. It was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. You don't say. Not more talk of graves. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was. He's a good man. Yes, but then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing and tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after the trial, we were sent back to Japan. I feel like there's more of that story and they're letting on. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Or he was innocent and the two of them did all the murders. Right? Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. The trunk that no one at customs has seen inside of. I'm gonna shut up. I just have reason to suspect them and it's just clouding my judgment. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. Now I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. It's definitely a British person's fault. Probably. Stealing the masked man is Ryotaro? Oh, he might be. Distressful. Susato-san's gone off at a run. I like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Of course, it must be a big responsibility, representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo, I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Yeah, I can do that. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Yeah, that does sound like the case. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. Stop raising death flags! The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Yeah, Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man, and it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind, so perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. Maybe a good dad, after all? Like was, but redeemed? One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask of you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do you for? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Miss Susato. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, porter. Oh, of course, sir. I like that he's holding a flask at all times. That machine around your neck, it's a camera, I believe. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Don't take a photo that's gonna be entered into court evidence later in the game. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. What do you mean? I've played enough of these games. I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yes, of course. Oh, what a great photo. I'm gonna be mad about that photo later. Mad or sobbing, or both. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. He's very tall. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Sobbing mad. I'm pleased then, but we were interrupted before. You're mad about everything. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Professor Mikotomo was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Cosmo, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Well. There's the tea way first. Let's start from the top and work our way down. Happy November 1st. So. It's good news that Professor Mikotomo arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful. And the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me very proud to be his daughter. Your father, Judge Jigoku, us. And Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? Well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority. Suzato-san's father, who came here as a visiting student 16 years ago, and Kazuma. It's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. Anyway, look at that shovel. What do you think of that? The spade is still here, look. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, it's not a spade, as I think you well know. It's a shovel. It didn't take long to reignite that old argument. I have an idea. Let's give the implement a name like Professor Hairbrain named his tools. Oh. I never thought of doing that. From now on, then, let's call it Ryunosuke. That was the one wrong answer. No. It's clearly much more of a Suzato. That's the second wrong answer. The old argument has taken a new and unexpected turn, it seems. Ah, fuck, that's cute. The steam is rising gently from the kettle as always. Yes, it doesn't feel right somehow unless it is. But the steam has an unusual scent today. Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me already. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that, you know. Tears of joy, Miss Suzato, from my mouth. That's a phrase. Over the garden wall aspect, yeah. Whenever you serve me tea, it always takes me back to Japan. I know you're not particularly fond of the bitter taste, are you? So I do always try to pick out less bitter matcha for you. She does often serve up an unusually mellow blend, it's true. But the anticipation of the taste in my mouth makes me bitterly worried anyway. It is very difficult for you, isn't it? Man, I fucking love bitter matcha. If it's too bitter, obviously no, but... matcha has a nice... full-bodied texture. That Daruma doll's still winking at me. I wonder when he'll finally get his other eye filled in. Yes, I wonder. Well, you should know, Suzato-san. I entrusted the task to you. The truth is, I have already decided when that will be. What? Really? When? That's my little secret. Oh, you! Tell me! Genmai cha with matcha? Oh, yeah. Never had matcha. There's a lot of matcha stuff here, though. You should try it. It's good. Oh, I'm matcha now. I know, me too. You see, I've always been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers, as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Miss Suzato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel the joy renewed. Still can't beat her. Nope. Was there a poll redeem? Oh, you're saying... No, I'm not gonna do that. It's cute, though. Oh, she's got stuff on her desk now. My desk is just as it was before I left. Sumi ink and a calligraphy brush. Even though we're in England now. That strikes me as typically you, Miss Suzato, and typically not you at the same time. I do enjoy all the wonderful new things to come out of the West in the Cultural Revolution, of course. There was a Paul Redeem. Meh. Fine. Nah. Bah, I don't know how to type. The Ryunosuke or Suzato. There you go. There's your goddamn poll. But I'm not ready to give my brush just yet. And anyway, Suzato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen. Practice makes perfect, as they say. Sospado. All the sea life seemed very content in there, I must say. I've noticed something recently, actually. The anemones breed at a most extraordinary rate. Oh, really? It's a mystery why the whole seabed isn't buried in a mountain of them, actually. Oh, how splendid. That really is a mystery, isn't it? I wish there was someone here to explain Suzato-san's strange reaction to that. Charlie had kids! Oh my god. Charlie's a proud parent. Your room across the hall is undisturbed, of course. I don't suppose I'll be permitted to see inside now that you're back, though, would I? You know very well that only Iris is allowed inside. Yeah, I heard you two giggling together in there again last night. You can visit Mr. Sholmes in his room, Mr. Naruhodo. Last time I did that, he tried to convince me to drink some strange concoction he'd mixed up. And I'm pretty sure it was just oil and gunpowder and paint. You see it, my boy. You simply must know what's inside of everything. So you drink it. Try this lean, my boy. That's a good man. Raw eggs. Urine and cocaine. My latest invention. Urine and cocaine. Oh, that's heinous. How would you pronounce that? Is it auto-tuned? What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Do you think... could it have been Mr. Sholmes? I do hope not. I don't do it anymore. Oh. Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Crying in Italiano. Right, you two, you're coming with me now, down to the clink. No, not in prison, it is dark and damp and I don't like it. Both. The darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared. But you're always scared of the dark. They're the colors of the Italian and French flags. Oh, they are. I didn't put that together. Is that why they have red hair? Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. I don't like these. I don't like these. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. What the fuck? Bye then, Jenny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris, and thanks, yeah, great detective. Hey, look, the mask is there now. Hee, Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Runo. Hello, Iris, we're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? He's turning into an anime protagonist. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Or whatever is going on here today. In that case, let us sit and drink now, for I am in fact expecting a guest later today. I don't want to talk to this man. Goodbye. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name, the Great Analytoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last. His brows match. It's a good detail that his brows also. You don't even joke about it. Don't even joke. You are joking, aren't you? She's not joking. She's never joked. She's never told a fib, or a guffaw, or a Josh, or a jape. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. All heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain. Looks as though it might topple, and it does. The epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. How's the Stradivarius? The bullet holes are a check? I think they might be. This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song. A shoddy something. A Stradivarius. Stradivarius. Hey, TPO. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We've just started case 4 of the Great Ace Attorney 2. It's not. It's just, that's just Sholmes being Sholmes. They're out of logic. Yeah, I'm missing a intoxication status in order to check everything in here. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. In some episodes, I see. Although I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Do be careful. Don't put your feet in the fire. You'd suffer terrible burns. No, it's fine. The mask Cosmo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. So much that's right. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. Well, you ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? Is he now? I don't know anymore. My eyes drawn to this big metal chest that Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you think that they'd treat it with more care, really? Only the other day I saw Sholmes kick it. I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear. How's Napoleon doing today? Sholmes' collection of trinkets from the mysteries he's solved. It's one of my favorite parts of the room, full of items with exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now, there's a mysterious pince-nez, a mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think that last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. What a shame. Oh no. The news papers. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's in an advertisement column. It says, to the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... Is something on my face? Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. Red-Headed League. It's suspicious. Famous home story. I don't remember if it's one that I know. If it's one I know that I forgot, maybe I don't know. It's the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. Get £4 per week if you are redhead. A redhead. Most fantastic money-making opportunity. Okay. Pennsylvania mentioned! Go birds. Go red-headed birds. This is a Sherlock reference. Yeah. £4 a week! That's like 10 bob. That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Ginger birds. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed onto the shelves. And there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles, too. Hey, get 10 bob a week. That disqualifies Sholmes. Yeah, he has to be sound in body and mind. So, yeah, no. Less than 10 bob. No, I think 4 pounds is 10 bob. I think it's the same number. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads, deadly poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know. Just try to avoid any bottles labeled deadly poison or highly explosive. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas. Let's see, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. But the little figures can speak? All your questions will be answered if only you would read this month's Rants magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this? Apples? Iris's pretty little tea sets set out beautifully as ever. Look. Think they're labeled properly? Yeah. Oh, the one that says deadly poison actually has the cardamom in it. Now, the one that says salt, don't touch that. That's explosive. The slightest nudge will detonate it. It's only by carefully taking care of that tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is a typewriter. You understand why chat does ZZZZ. It's true. Sodium is holotype. I mean, that's true. Not standard table salt, but... To think that every single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this machine. It's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up and made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. I've made her angry now. I think that's everything. Alright, fine, let's fucking talk to him. God damn it, what? Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. Windy Bank is clearly visually based on Grandpa's series of experiment of Jabez Wilson. Bleach streaks. I'm just the red elephant in the room. When the mood takes you, all manner of infractions. But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. You were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. You should have asked Gregsy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler. That's the word. Don't I know it? It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good? I wonder what the men did. Bungle, you're the greatest problem. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere, possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. I'm sad his name isn't like Darles Charwin. Wait, what? We were apes? Return to monkey. Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? What is the great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Someone talk to him. Take note. No, nothing ever shows up. Later. Why, if it's not obvious, my dear madam, the problem of rent? Yeah? Is he saying we shouldn't have rent? Because, you know, that'd be cool. But, did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tussbells only the other day? Pshaw, a large sum? One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. A new what? Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. He bought a hot rod and dyed his hair. He's going through a midlife crisis. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what it is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? He's wearing eyeliner? Like subtle? Or just a little bit? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. No, I think his hair's always looked like that. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if the charade goes on much longer. He got a haircut. I don't see it. Yeah, the game might just be fucking with us. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. That case aboard the SS Buria in January. Cosmo wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. I wish when his hand came off from his head, he just had red all over his hand. But anyway. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? And why? After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. This'll be a funny joke. There's no jokes in Ace Attorney. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. But why? Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. You don't say. Mr. Sholmes. Anyway, that's all. Alright. How about this? Hey, Wamos. I knew a kid at camp who had 8 iPod shuffles, one for every day of the week plus one for funsies, all with the same songs on them. On the first day, he spent his whole stipend for the week on a laptop just cause I feel like he and Sholmes would be friends. I've known that type of person in my life, and yeah, it is the unknowable, the unknowable type of person. What is going on through their head? I don't even know if there's a logic to it in their mind. It's just, yeah, just immediately, I'm just filled with an irrational hate, indecipherable behavior. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Advertisement. We're in England. Advertisement. His parents ran Panda Express or something? This is crazy. To the Red-Headed League, does that strike you in some way? You wouldn't wear the same underwear twice a day. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Ew, you use the same MP3 player every day? Ew. I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last, you've learnt to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? Show him a badge? Check out this badge. Oops. Mr. Sholmes, about this. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, is this the first time you've shown me this particular trinket? I don't really remember, to be honest. If my saying that it's a color for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck were to precipitate a "here we go again" from your lips, we could be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow. Deduction. He's good. I have to say, he's good. The Red-Headed League. So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled? Shaking him. Shaking him. You noticed it's in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? That, I don't know. No details were given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit. Blundered? What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Hospital? Now. Hospital? To the hospital. Is that blood? How did you... Chemistry. Hospital now. I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. He drank a lot of Red 40. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It'll make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass. But, Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say? But of course! To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely? And yes, I mean every hair. Also, I'm very woozy all of a sudden, and I keep coughing up blood. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. His eyelashes red too. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a Coster's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So, naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shush, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Huh? Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. He said fuck him and called the cops. Did they do anything illegal? Mr. Sholmes, you mentioned before that you were expecting a guest today? Indeed, Miss Susato, that is correct. Not another of those red-headed gentlemen that were here before. Not at all. They were petty villains. The guest I'm expecting is a client. Oh. A young gentlewoman who wishes to appoint the services of this great detective, no less. Oh, how wonderful, Mr. Sholmes. You must stay and observe the fashion in which a great detective receives his customers. Must we? I have you in my clutches now, Rent, just as I have you in my clutches, redheads. It almost sounds the same. Very funny. That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. You know, the lady isn't due for another hour yet. Don't feel as though you must wait around if you have other things to do. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I need some fresh air. By fresh air, I mean going to see Strongheart. 4 pounds and 800 is roughly $581 today. So that times 4 for your month's rent. Yeah, that's good. A video, yeah. If it's a YouTube link or a Twitch link, you don't need a permit. If it is not, then we can permit you. First of all, there he is. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. It's an Imgur. Oh. My person's telling me things. I mean, Justice, Judge Jigoku might be taller than both of them. Oh, I can't. God fucking Imgur! If I'm quick, I can open in a new tab. He's 6'5". Let me mute the game. And then turn this up. How would you pronounce that? Is it auto-tuned? It's beautiful. I can just do that with my own voice. That was just a clip from stream, right? You didn't do anything to it? I can just do that. Thank you. Oh, I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. Did I eat a computer? Yeah, I ate a computer. I see, excellent work. Thank you. Adventure time. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeek's doing here? Oh, let me read what they said, because I was just reading it. Found the opening restaurants proceedings of some of the original with the figures you asked for from the yard. Okay, that seems above the board. My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? That's just the yaoi vibes, Miss Susato. That's standard procedure. This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Oh, they rotated to face me. My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress makes you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Why are you small? Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. And they ran at the screen. I'd panic. I'm right here. Yes, my lord. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. No, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced the room at such a perfect temperature. Sweating buckets. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks. I will attend at once. He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo is talking about Dr. Scythe. Of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Side's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing. What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Hello. Yeah, it's his fault Ryu was back in the courtroom. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making, 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here, at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the new world. He's the same as ever, I see. Same as it ever was. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Yeah, my bad. Oops. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. I feel so gratiated. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. That's cool. About Lord Van Zieks' apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zieks in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my. So he stowed away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zieks. That way I could keep an eye on him. You didn't even, think that he might be Kazuma? When you know that he was presumed dead and then disappeared from Hong Kong and then an unidentified man showed up? You did, at no point were you like, maybe? This man's so full of shit, it's astounding. Here. Ugh. Thank you for the bits. I thought it'd be funny. I thought it'd be funny. You know, most racist guy in the capital. Give him a Japanese man as an assistant. It was for the laurels, my good man. But then why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zieks with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Oh, that's somehow worse than if it was just at his expense. I knew he'd be mad, so I made him hide his face. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zieks. I have high hopes for his future. Maybe he's trying to cure his racism by being like, by the way, that guy was super useful. He was Japanese. And then he'll go, no! and explode. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Well, he did speak, so I don't know. Oh, I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Literally, how would we have known? Genshin Asogi. Is that what they're forbidding from speaking? I don't know. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Today's the day Apollo's first case begins, April 17th, 2026. Oh, the distant future. That's crazy. Correct, however. Horrible. It has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. How ironic. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Well, you know anything about these redheads? Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart? I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. So that's the real reason. What about my arm? Check this out. I'm flexing. It's pretty cool, huh? Oh. Pull up Reapin' Day Old Bailey. You ever drink Old Baileys out of a shoe? Oh, okay. Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office just like this, with such a grand desk? No, I don't think so. Well, imagine you have to go to the bathroom. It'd be far. Yeah. Pause for Charles on Weed Day. Oh, 420. Show somebody to say about the newspaper on the second day of the investigation. Thanks to hydrate. As ever, the enormous clock is diligently maintaining its rhythmical tick-tock today.
Yeah, that's good water.
And all this dialogue is the same. Maybe if we go back to Sholmes. Clap, you have too many poop, Lucky Stoat. We'll take it off your hands. You don't gotta worry about nothing. Shall return home and have no business here. Yeah. Good. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Aha! Here is my guest now, my latest client, with money to spend. Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Hairlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband, he's run away. To upset me. I beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Miss Susato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Now you come to mention it. Where's Corn Girl? Hope she's fine. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth, Evie Vigil, are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... me? What I'm about to tell you I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand? These are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Also, do you not recognize them? I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Ugh. Good. Hey, do you know anything about the redheads all over London? Mrs. Vigil, would you mind casting your eyes over this? Oh, my poor Daly, where have you gone? What's become of you? I'm afraid she's too worried about her husband to pay any attention, Mr. Naruhodo. Who are these people? Either that or she just doesn't want to be bothered with me. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my. Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Yeah, it's possible. I knew I recognized her. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Are we the racists we're being accused of? Evie Vigil and Daily Vigil. Evening Vigil and Daily Vigil. There you go. It didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. Don't be racist, Mr. Naruhodo. It's unbecoming of the Japanese. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more. Good thing you're a lawyer. Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. Poor Fujoshi, lawyer, juror, juror. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my Daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. Oh. He's 40? An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. Well, okay. Well said, I guess. Well, how long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. 40 in the 1900s. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. I have to allow the phrase "look" as a white person. Moobot was like, or Twitch's Autobot was like, oh, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Alright, there you go. Also, in 40 and 1900s, it's important whenever it comes up that, oh my god, it fell out of my brain. But the, like, average lifespan, used to be much shorter. It doesn't mean people didn't live to old age. It's not like 40 was considered that old. Child infancy was much higher, which brought the average lifespan down. So, and there weren't as many people who lived that old because of medicine and stuff like that. So, it's a common misconception that, like, everyone died at 40. That's not the case. Child infancy, child mortality. I fucking... You know what I meant. I need only look at you to know these things. Infant mortality, yeah, I got my wires crossed. A lot more infant mortality, yes. Child infancy was running rampant. Kids were young back then, it was crazy. I need only look at you to know these things. All children and infants. Nowadays, I was born at a very young age. Oh gosh. English hard. Also, I'm being hit repeatedly on the brain with hammers. Your dress is the latest style. Thank you for the raid, Mike. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome. We are in the midst of the early bit of case 4 of this game, and I'm having a terrible time. Hope you had a good stream. Your dress is the latest style, your hat's clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. Like an animated character. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that's exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. He doesn't happen to have red hair, does he? My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? Youngest person ever was just born. No way. He's a warder at the prison. Which prison? A guard? That is somewhat unusual. Which prison? Don't tell me. Everything's connected. So, your husband is a prison warder. Ever since someone brought up Dirk Gently, it's all I can fucking think about. This entire series is predicated on a Dirk Gently fucking theory of interconnectedness. That's right, yes, well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Does he have a profile yet? I don't know. God, we have 1 million people. He does have dark hair. So it would appear. I'm the same age. They have sibling hair? That's upsetting. They have similar hair. I don't think that alone is reason to go, uh-oh. Her hair is a little bit, like, browner. It's fine. I'm not worried about it until I have reason to be. Indeed, I see. There's a fun fact. I've missed a lot of things. Well, Chief Prison Warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments? And as such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. I struggle so hard to say the word remunerated. It's just something about it. My mouth hates saying that. Ugh. Everyday middleman. Very good. Remunerated. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. What would they say? Remoney-aided. That's what Winnie the Pooh does when he gets into the money jar. I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Right, because remunerated is a word that I have heard more frequently. I know remunerated is a word, but I think that's also part of it. And renum is like an easier kind of sequence for my mouth. Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. Rionosuke just put it together. Lowgate Cemetery, the very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. So we thought she had nothing to do with the case, but it turns out she also was an incredibly bizarre witness, or not witness, juror to have a trial involving it. That's fine. That's fine. No, that's good. I mean, she wasn't directly involved as far as we know, but her husband, unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. And her husband's 40, so 10 years ago, even 16 years ago, he could plausibly be around. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Is that oh no as in Jan Klassen from Bonnie Bear? Going, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Ugh, I do need that right now. So to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry. That's why I'm reading it. That really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refused to listen to my pleas, as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. This man is a sociopath. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You seek only to put this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you've shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. No particularly distinctive facial features. Yes, correct. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. There's nothing, yeah. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two. Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. Is Sholmes being bad with money at Taga characterization? His original homes like this and all? I don't remember. I never got far enough into the stories. I've only read the first couple, and it didn't really come up that much. I think it's just more like, in general, he's sort of a scatterbrain and doesn't really care about a lot of day-to-day things, so it's not out of character. Even if it's not present in the stories, it would be very reasonable to be like, Holmes, the character, is late on rent all the time. So, with a tight clothes and extra poses, Sholmes seems very Crowley coated with red hair. He's also a drug addict. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yeah, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. So you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students of the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned hidden convicts. Among us! Yeah, he did say among us. Barclay Prison is where the notorious man was incarcerated. The professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. I'm gonna launch this man into the sun. Of course you are. It's literally just... And 2 seconds later, I guess we'll go to the prison. Wow. Beautiful. Put on a fucking hat. You know, the hat you're famous for wearing? Ah, but you know it's rude to wear that indoors. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Oh my god, that clock. Also, I think that bird's a little too big for that cage. Do I consider myself slow or quick? Hi, Nicole. Are you perchance doing what I think you're doing? When I was making my me for Tomodachi Life, Bath was present and said maximum slow. So you can go with that. Mickey Stick Slicer. Shit. Woo. Okay. Oh. Whoa.
This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was down here.
Oh, is he a Scotsman?
And you didn't want to talk to an inmate but to me?
I don't know if I have a Scottish accent.
Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor. Barricading?
Barricading? That's a good pun. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer.
And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean...
Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. He looks just like me.
Japan? Did you say Japan?
Yes.
Well, there's no Enya your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. After getting really into steroids, yeah, right? And I turn into like well, that special kind of hipster who's like only like what how do I'm gonna put it? It's like a steampunk adjacent kind of hipster. Anyway, I didn't notice another prison. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about the Scottish kind, the vintage custom suit hipster. Yeah,
I didn't like to be so direct, but I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you, suspicious-looking Easterners.
Oh. I get really racist in a couple years, huh?
Now get rid of my hair.
So, as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... Well, why would I say that? Hashtag cancel Barry. I think it's because of the professor case. I traded my misogyny. You think so too? This means it was racist before. Okay. 10 years ago, Genshin Isogi, also known as the Professor, incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison.
I might have known! You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you?
Now he's turning Canadian. I really need to work on my accent.
Your agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just...
Get going with you before I punch your lights out.
We're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not gonna get anywhere here, unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing sus about us. Maybe if we dyed our hair red. Governor Caden? What are you thinking, Miss Susato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Can I just snoop around anyway? In like a non-suspicious manner?
I said get out!
Okay.
I said get out!
Okay, well, no, oh no, big racist man, don't put me in those handcuffs, haha, unless... Oh. This game is doing terrible things to my brain and the chat. Back here. Oh no, specifically... To Van Zeeks? Was Van Zeeks the one who said it? Back to the hotel. Oh. Hello. Quite the... You know.
Well, you know, I'm doing as the Londoners do.
Man-spreading. That's Professor Mikotoba over there.
Ah, hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked.
But where is Judge Jikuku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Brown hat with a blue suit. Why? Having only just arrived in the country today. Goodness, he's full of energy. 'Twas the fashion of the day. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison. I thought Van Zeke said his name. I forgot about that. Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful, if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. You were literally just chilling in the room, in the lobby. That's fine. Chewing through jump ropes? Oh my god. This is innocent. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? No, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know? Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Both can be true. Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you. Okay. Good luck then. Good luck. Wow. Okay. Why is... Is this gonna be important later? Probably. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. Oh, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night, before finally arriving in Dover. To think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? He didn't have a ticket. He stole Kazuma's ticket. Professor Megatomo has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least call you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. Why the ripped corner? That seems like such a specific detail. Hi, Pyro. Thanks for 6 years. Enjoy your ice key. 6 years, man, right? Thank you. Hello. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden.
What's this then? Here, can I pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student? Mikotoba? That young jock from the forensics laboratory? That Mikotoba?
Yes, exactly, him. Oh dear. Perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Eugene Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Jings! You're the young man's daughter! And you didn't think to mention that afore?
I do apologize. As I apologize to the good people of Scotland.
Aye, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And didn't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits.
Oh, that's fun. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
So then, what can I do for you, Hen?
Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh! But how can that be? Yeah, I will. You keep getting ahead of me a little bit, and I appreciate the enthusiasm. You can dial it back just a smidge. I appreciate it. It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. There we go. Yeah, I want to look around. What does he know? An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection. There's a story behind each one of those. You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon, and the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was arrested? I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo. Not those kinds of stories, Jimmy. How do you know my name? That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house. Mrs. Caden was never best pleased. Yeah. And the cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a bubby. Well, Jimmy. Wrestle with Jimmy. The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they? Yes, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. Mouse. Bird! I never had expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Let me out! Didn't it kill me? Has the bird learnt to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells? Ugh, no. He was one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls it the name of his 2 brothers like that all the time. Right. Let me out! Did it kill me? Aye. I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Didn't it do it? His name is Didn't It Do It. Oh, I suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, are they? The Clock Tower Parrot? Either that or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows. Oh dear. They all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny either possibility. Especially the one on the extreme right. His expression goes beyond severe into a whole new territory. That one's me. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having a severe expression, I mean? Of course it's not. Although, it is taken into consideration. A lot. I don't want to look at Mickey Mouse's dick slicer. I really, really don't. Why Michael Mouse of all people? That's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled Inmate Register, look. But thou must. Oh, and all the files are in alphabetical order. Joanna! Thanks for 11! I should unsubscribe so Beth doesn't think there's a betrayal. Yeah, do what you gotta do. I appreciate it. That's 50 years worth of records of Barclay's inmates. Need a tough guy to keep all his hardened criminals in line. Whether or no they left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, you might say. A record of crimes and punishments, how dispiriting. And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. There's nothing else to... Oh. That deer has been staring at me for a while now. It has? The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out again now either. It's giving me a woefully imploring look. It's not real, Mr. Naruhodo. It's stuffed. What? I mean, yes, of course it is. For a moment, I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the ventilator. I don't like to say, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. He didn't just get his head stuck in there? Well, there's nothing else to look at. This grandfather clock is fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down. It's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop. Heads off, you mean? Havers, though. Carrots and parsnips and so forth. Oh. If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morn, by evening it'll have been cut clean in two. Well, The blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then. It seems quite describable, actually. Alright. Alright then. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Alright, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job. No doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Was? Sorry, did you say was? Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job. Oh, my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? It can I have been much less than 10 years ago now? Oh, no. Oh, poor Mrs. Vigil. She doesn't know. What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Alright, as I mind it. Dickhead, I haven't heard the fellow's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing, though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago... Oh! Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. Professor! So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk? Aye, that old word for it in here. A walk to the gallows. An execution. It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only, Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. What did he do? Turn on when he turns around. I should get a scar on the back of my head. I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't have cared anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be in? That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am, but I'm at no liberty to answer that. So yes, I see. Anyway. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. New Deadlock character? Yeah. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. You can? Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today. St. Sinners. That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Mikotoba and I often used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Alright, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts. Oh, takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. How charming. He was a good fella, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose? It's just the one guy, really. Can't really It's not like a gamer. It's not like one gamer spoils everyone. It's just like, it's a different thing. Like, if you meet one gamer who's a piece of shit, it's fair to be like, all gamers suck. Kind of, you know. But this is different. I can't tell you anything else. No, it's just very difficult language for me. Yeah, that would make more sense. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one more moment. Before you're away, then. End gamer phobia. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Uh-oh, are you sure? Speaking of gamers who suck, and the name Genshin. It's no trouble at all. It's no the original mind. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Okay. I can do that. What if I want to look at the bird, though? I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Good thing it's not my job. Chief Order Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict so-and-so just prior to his execution. So we were told that he was executed and then resurrected and then shot. And then it became clear that, you know, well, if you think about it, the execution was either botched or deliberately. So, yeah, maybe it was like a plot to help him escape that involved faking his death, burying him alive, and then letting him escape later, but then someone found out about it and then shot him. There's some kind of scheme going on there. Details of the escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation and queries will be expected. Bury him alive. Additional notes: indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding this negotiation will be demanded. So before he was even captured, he was like, hey, I'm gonna get arrested. Help me get out? Is that? Warder ex-prisoner. Genshin dailies. Pretty sure, yeah. I finished dinner and hopped into one of my Sholmes fell down in his own house. Excellent. Let's go back. Before he's being executed. Oh, okay. I misinterpreted that as like before he was incarcerated, meaning like in prison at all. We're back! Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Scones, right? They pronounce it scone. Ha! Oh, he's even more of an anime protagonist. Greetings, my dear fellows. Hospital. Now, hospital. You returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Bull hair pronouns. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Hirsune Shonku. Pray tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising, in fact. Although it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that. Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Gina? I can't Adam and Eve it. Sniff. What happened? What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
It's the boss.
What do you mean, Inspector Gregson?
No. The boss he's dead. No, he's gone up to the big chippy in the sky. No. What? He was going to France. They just found his body, shot with a pistol. What?
No, I was not expecting Gregson. Inspector Gregson? He was murdered?
No, not Gregsy.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story.
Sniff, sniff.
So... Welcome to Case 4. Yeah, are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson? He was really shot? I don't know much about what happened himself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place?
A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street.
The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then.
The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there.
Oh, how strange.
The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I become a proper detective.
No,
Oh, Jenny. No.
So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is?
They got him already.
Already? They've caught the shooter so soon.
A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him.
Who? What awful person did this?
I still can't believe it myself.
Gina?
It was the Reaper.
But wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it?
That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss.
Are we gonna have to defend him? No, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh. Oh, but I was like, but wait, then who would be the prosecutor? We know someone who's been a prosecutor's assistant recently. Oh, this case might just break me. Lord Van Zeeks! Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Barak Van Zeeks the police have arrested?
I saw him with my own eyes, in the interview room at the yard.
I don't believe it.
But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him.
Not that we've ever experienced the prosecutor holding a gun, going, I shot this guy, huh? So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses?
They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room.
But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Oh, the animation on her shoulders. No. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? He didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. Yeah, gotta help.
It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then. But his hair. Inspector Gregson, dead, and Lord Van Zeeks arrested. Bruno, Susie. I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Susato? Yes. So we're going to the prison? Oh, we can also go to the scene of the crime. Let's go to Van Zeek's first. They called you OU. OU. Good. Every other prisoner is like standing in the middle or with their back to us, and he's stopped to the side reading. Very good. There he is, Lord Van Zeek's behind bars. So it's true, he really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeek's? Hello. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened. That Inspector Gregson was... Me chat, me no spoil. Me let streamer experience game firsthand. Thanks, chat. Go home, this has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This... The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert's hairbrain. Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never minces his words. But they seem to have less spite than usual somehow. So what's the deal with all the redheads all over town, am I right? It's not for me. That's not why I was showing you it. I suppose. If it was a black-headed league, you would have no hesitation. None whatsoever. Sadly, my own hair could be no more be described as black as it could be red. What colored league should I then join? People are troubled by the most unexpected problems at times. Don't say it like that. Yeah, that's rough. Oops. Sure, though. I'm right in thinking that these scales are a symbol of defense and law. They symbolize a thing. Yeah, balance. That's understandable. Mm-hmm. What about this? Is this different? It's very fine embroidery that shows the name of the armband's owner. Cosmo Sogi. Most carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams. Something that weighs very heavily on me. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't need to be updated, I guess. Yeah. What's up? Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zeeks? What happened? How much do you already know? Nothing. We know the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed, and there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh. After all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though. I mean, he would be the kind to represent himself. Turnabout goodbyes. Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? Did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? You refuse help from the person who's repeatedly defended your robbery? Yeah, well, that's his character. After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged this passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad. You mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yeah, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So, Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now. He is. I'm good. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zeeks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. What? Not to the police, not to the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But, please? I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'm not just racist to you, I'm racist to everything. That doesn't make it better. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Okay. Kind of reminds me of Kristoff in prison. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper. I don't want to see you again. Goodbye. Maybe I gotta keep probing for clues. And then come back to him. And find out more about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Just not taking no for an answer is very good. Let's head down to Fresno Street. How about now? This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. Man, I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened, then. There seems to be a red wig on the floor. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. Or maybe it's like a sleeping cat. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath them all. I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack, too. Blimey, ain't you all ever gone out over a house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Bleh. Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I have been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed it. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking at that at of his. Flicking that at of his and then just scarpered. Got it. When too many letters are gone in close succession, I'm like, what? He's finished investigating, you mean? Yeah. He didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Otto, You're a lawyer, right?
Yes. Why?
Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you?
Oh, poor Gina. She's never gonna forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zeeks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court.
I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto, get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here.
Thank you, Gina. What do you got so far? Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place?
That's what I want to know. Good lass. It's what? Half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead.
Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he?
Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard.
Goodness, really?
They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that.
He did?
Yep. And ever since then, he started going on out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own.
Bang, Yazoo.
No one else at the yard even knows what after cases he's working on or apparently.
That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this?
Oh no, he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where that landed him.
Respect for the Reaper. In what way?
I heard him say as much. I'll take my hat off to that fella, were his words.
Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper.
Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why I respected the bloke.
I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard.
He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, cause he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that.
Right. Appreciate that Gene and Gregson built a rapport since then, but I feel the game did kind of forget that Gregson was going to let her take the fall for the crime. He knew she was innocent enough to protect state secrets at the end of the last game.
Yeah, well, you know. Water under the bridge.
Part which Sholmes twists his arm with when he going to take on. Yeah. What is this place then? Does anybody live here?
Apparently it's been rented by some cove called Huboon. 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 Huboon.
It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it? Hugh Man.
Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him.
I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever.
Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves.
I do wonder. Yes, Miss Susanna? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? But how could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never even considered that.
Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves.
You are?
If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it.
We should really investigate this place in detail. Hugh Jackman. Sometimes people lie. Hugh Boone is Cubone's new evolution. Hugh Boone. I see that's where the poor inspector was found over there. What is that pose he fell in?
Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall.
Oh yes, it's blown off one of the candles apart completely. Huh.
And the gun used there is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's in it, no denying that.
What? Really? How do you know that?
Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big white eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself, but there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him?
A bigwig lawman, is it? Thanks, Kid Ludens.
44. I didn't know you were British. What? You didn't know I was British? This is what I sound like all the time. Isn't it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There was some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot.
Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside.
Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here. After all, they'll be getting a grilling.
Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves?
Oh, I doubt it. The lads at the yard would just want to know what you're stupid for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all.
So we can't interview the witnesses. Shame. Let's poke around the room. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper.
Mr. Naruhodo, look!
This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes and details of prison inmates. In fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here. Yeah, the advertisement, you mean? To the Red-Headed League. It's all connected. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head.
They are! Look! Mr. Naruhodo, quickly!
Why do I feel like this woman is familiar?
God, Naruhodo, come on. Keep it together. Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning.
Ah!
It's Mrs. Vigil.
He got her. He got there. White woman jump scare. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either. In her younger years, even. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust, look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Got it. Alright. Well, can't look at the door. Signs of forced entry. You there! No wonder she loves fanfiction. Oh my god. Excuse me.
Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir.
Poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Oh, he's sad. Excuse me?
Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir.
Right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then.
Boo hoo hoo hoo.
Terrible day for rain, isn't it? Everyone's sad. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Meow. Yes, there's wax spattered on the wall behind. Look. I suppose if a bullet had hit it, it does seem likely the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Candelabrum. Well, there's a lot suspicious there. Sad day for Scotland Yard. Good day for fish and potato population. Oh my god. No, it's gonna become a problem. He was helping keep the fish and potato population in check. He was like a natural predator, keeping balance. Now we're gonna be overrun. You're gonna be ankle deep in fish and potatoes across the streets of London. It's gonna be chaos. He was a keystone species. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Let me in on the fish and potato problem. Roll up my sleeves. I'll step in. If you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. Massive hit. This one does at least still let some light in, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. What about you? Bad news for fish and potatoes. I just woke up. Excuse me.
If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, well, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard.
I've interrupted some deep thoughts here. I was distracted by everything else. I didn't notice the figure. What's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Yeah. Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeek's playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. I agree. It is rather delightful, after all, in a way. 8 years tall. I was thinking it belonged to an 8-year-old. He did have a plan in his office, did he now? This is presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh my. It is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. One way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo, fire a shot. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer, just ask someone who might know, I think. Smart man. What about 6 shots? Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is. It is. A bright red hairpiece. And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? When will he wear wigs? And in such a flame-colored red, too. Yeah, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. Oh, no. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. And would probably be under Dr. Scythe's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. He went like, oof. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Susanoo-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. She's so strong. Anything else? I can try talking to Ginny again. I just want to be thorough. Seems like that's everything. Anything else? Let's take a look at all the shit we picked up. The brooch! It all comes back. There are some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. That's it? Okay. Lumiere, is that you? The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled, almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun? What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny, though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what's it for, I wonder? What the? What the? Huh. This looks like some sort of key. It does. A very tiny and simple key. What's the little key doing inside a figure of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Maybe it's a gun. What if I rotate him? Huh. Oh, cool, a gun. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan. Uh-huh. Someone familiar with firearms should take a look, yeah. Who do we know that's familiar with firearms? Other than Iris. I don't want to give this to a child. Sadly, we might have to give it to a child. Pearls, yeah. Villain Bolshevik. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. What's bird lime? So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? Bird poop? Iris definitely shot a person? Oh, well, yeah. We've seen it happen. It's just like a glue. What's a bird lime with you? What do you think of all of these things, Iris? I mean, Ginny. Gina, what do you make of this? What's that, evidence? Working something out about what happened, have you? No, not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet, but I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss. Okay, so maybe not for her to look at. It's a glue made from holly they put on branches to catch small birds. That's why they... Okay. So that's why they called it that. Thank you. Alright, goodbye. Am I good to... I only visit this place for some time. We do need to come back here. You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. Who goes there? I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama! Oh, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Put on your headband. Don't we have it wrapped around the sword? But we gave the sword back to him. So yeah. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zeeks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh, surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. Does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Yeah. Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. Yeah, I called it, but it seems obvious, if you think about it. Wait! What? Kazuma? His suit. His shirt is vacuum sealed. Yeah. As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? Okay, he's just hanging out back there. What? Baby boy! I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper or of the Bailey, and now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Zeeks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. What's this dude's fucking game? I know he wants to be the Attorney General, but how does this help him get there? As opposed to... maybe he's just trying to burn it all down so he can build it up in his own image. So Cosmo will be prosecuting tomorrow. His game is Mario Party. He thinks he's playing bumper balls. But we're actually playing that one mini game with the jump rope, with the fire bar. The one that sucks real bad. That's right. No, we're playing the mini game where you have to wind up the Shy Guy with your palm on the N64 controller. And you have to grind your hand into paste. He's just a colonizer, I suppose. He looks like the dude I hate in FF14, does he? A double-edged Worth, that's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Don't wake Wiggler. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I have no doubt at all that Cosmo will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh, yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo, be direct. Why does Cosmo need two swords? Well, you know. There's a metaphor there, probably. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Sunday. 2 exchange students from the land of the rising sun decide the fate of the most racist prosecutor at the dock. Be there. Or be somewhere else. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zeeks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks. I don't know if there's anything else I should show him. You know anything about wigs? What do you think about? You think about wigs? When will you wear wigs? Okay. When will you? Can I look at him? Or is he? Oh yeah. Hey buddy. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be all right now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, that's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before. What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Okay. Okay, customer. Doesn't look like we're gonna be gleaning much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Really? When has that ever been true? Sorry to have to taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Is that why you're frowning with your arms crossed? Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh! I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow, I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zeeks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Oh, that's Lord Van Zeeks and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. Baby boy! And who's the third person? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Oh. Where's Cosmo this? I mean, he was his apprentice, and... Well, but it was good. Yeah, he grabbed it. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours of the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Kazuma! Kazuma! Straight talking, you know. I don't know why Kazuma's being so hostile. Conversation just Kazuma apologizing, thanking for in court, and complaining was wrong. Yeah, but his tone is fucking weird. Like, he's clearly acting differently than he used to. And the vibes are off, so even if he's like, thank you, he's just still being weird and mysterious, so I think it's fair. Prison. Oh boy, prison. Back at it again at the detention center. Lord Van Zeeks is still reading that letter. I miss Maya. Used to be I could go to the prison and always see Maya there. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. There she is. Cautionary tale about the dangerous paths one must take after twink death. You either become daddy or become a hot scumbag. You live long enough to see yourself. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. I'm here to help, by the way. Sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Sue's never been in jail. Not yet. Yes, we heard that your trial's set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi? That made the color drain from his face. What color? There's color left to be drained? Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Yippee! I guess. Clicking something in his mind. Yes, something's going on. Obviously. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court? I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget, it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all us Japanese. The bane. The bane. It'll break your spirit. You know, I've only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother, Clint. I'll emphasize the N, Clint. The director of prosecutions was hunting down a mass murderer. Thanks for the bits, Tom. Sure, I found the son of the man who killed Barrick's brother when I have the chance to do something really funny. The so-called professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. The fuck is this theme? So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted an Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the professor case inquiry, Lord Mael Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Huh. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? An unrelated person who also happens to be from Japan? And, of course, and of all things, as a lawyer. Well, yeah. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. Yeah? But for so many years, that hatred has festered inside me, I could no longer control it. And I can understand why, now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi, I'm the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Spent too much time letting the intrusive thoughts in. I just had to say something. Cool. Yeah, cool stories. It's like, it's nice that they gave Ryunosuke a line being like, I understand now, but like, I still feel bad about it. I'm out here being like, this still feels bad. Still feels like a leap in logic, but he himself is like it's illogical, so whatever. Cool motive, still murder, yeah. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. France! I can't believe me yelling France in the first game has come full circle. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? Poor Mr. Fish and Chips. I wonder, does it happen often, being transferred internationally, I mean? Maybe he knew he wasn't gonna have access to as much Fish and Chippy in France. So this is all a scheme, and he's actually alive. But he faked his death to get out of the reassignment. The PPP, does it happen often? Thanks, Naya. 100 months! That is a big number. Thank you for 100. The big hundo. Appreciate it. First time I've ever encountered it. Oh. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. No fish and chips and flames, probably not as much. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. So we have to get into that with the cases. There's so much shit with this case. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago he first made a name for himself by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh, 10 years ago. Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful convictions somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. I don't have the confidence in anyone. Oh. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. That's not true. And we can prove it. What really went on between Lord Van Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? Your gun! How about the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene? Ah, yes. That's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? That it's yours? Or tell us where yours is? Lord Strongheart informs us you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That, I don't know. I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks, after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? Also, Naruhodo's never dropped a gun somewhere. So it's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Alright. What do you think of this photo? Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? Look at this photograph. A rare, elusive Gregson not holding a fish and chippy. It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. He does a Gregson stronger. Little darling of the Van Zieks family. Oh, it's his third. He has an extra prosthetic hand just for clapping, as he secretly holds Fish and Chippy off to the side. It had to be, really. Before the great chippening. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man, known to all as the Stone Cold Reaper of the Bailey. Browners. Has Chad ever heard the name Clint before? I have no idea. Maybe just when I said Clint before, I didn't enunciate it. Mr. Naruhodo. That's the first time he's ever used my actual name. Really? Wow. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. How racist you are? What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey, almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. Okay, why do you have to phrase it like that, though? I get it's just the way that he is. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother Clint and Genshin Asogi. The man he idolized, the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. Cancels out, does it? When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph here? Let's look at it again. Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I look to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, that's twice. I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. For Lord Van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend, Kazuma. We did it. We'll see. Thought life was in the balls. It can be anywhere. Him just saying his name is a really low bar to clear. A very low bar to clear. We're gonna sneak his anti-racism pills into his. Ugh. 2nd of November. Oh baby. There's that old familiar feeling again. Yeah, baby steps. Baby steps. You wanna encourage it. So, you know, whatever we'll take what we can get. He needs a bridge. Yeah. Yeah. Baby steps like the video game baby steps, where you're falling on your face every 2 seconds. There's that old familiar feeling, the crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. Hello. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. When we told to listen to the galley, or the gallery, not the galley. Good morning, my dear fellows. His hair's back to normal. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. Where's Corn Girl? To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. Tummy Hort, hospital, now! I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes? After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind, my own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. He's stupid in the head, just like me. Sorry to barge in. Oh. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father! Shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I'm sure Strongheart loves that. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. No pressure. It's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Otto? Yes, Gina? Why do you agree to this, Why do you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that. Yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I ain't feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay. Oh, no pat for this. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Call me as necessary. Make your way to the courtroom, please. Alright then. Here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks. Let's go. Get this girl a bag of chips. Oh, God. If she starts shaking around a bag of fish and chips, they will fucking... Ugh. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. They're her responsibility now. Infinite supply. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And this fucking guy is here. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. And then there's this guy. Who's that? We don't know. 9:20 a.m. What's with all the weird timings?
Different sound effect for the gallery.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Barak van Zieks. Counsels for defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
There's still a bunch of people back there. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Barry has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truth revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders. The Queen herself? How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today. No. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings of which I must elaborate. No summation examination, what am I gonna do? Is he gonna throw fire over his shoulders? The counsels for the prosecution and defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma? Very well, let's commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Is that +1? Saying that they're aliens is not really a +1. Kind of depends more on the context. And certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street, on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. Is where aliens not still used like that? It is, it's not very common, but it is used. Sometimes. The professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses, and together they act as a clock. I have here a plan of the room. Non-resident alien in the US? Yeah. Maybe it was just hitting that in the corner, you know? He was just fucking chilling. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. Point-blank range? At an angle that would have hit something up on the wall above him? How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. Hitting that? Yeah, he was hitting that. Looking for that chippy in the corner. Yes, it does have a dehumanizing nature, which I think is why it's not used in casual conversation. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. It was that bird for the glue torture. I see. Thank you for the detailed explanation, counsel. Autopsy report. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. They'll explain gunpowder burn. That they do. Tobias Gregson, male, 45, British. It should say British, parentheses, fish and chip. The coroner was Maria Gorey. Time of death? Time of death is not established. It's blank. Okay. Cause of death, victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks the point of entry. Bullet exited the body from behind. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms from members of the judiciary. That's what point blank means. What does point blank mean then? And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? He's more fish than man. No, my lord, not conclusively. Mariah Carey? Maybe. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. Point blank is when your index finger doesn't work? Oh no. I don't know. Negative context is a correct context. Right, yeah. It has a legal definition. There is a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. Close enough to not have to account for bullet drop. Up to a couple 100 meters for a rifle, for example. Oh. I've never heard it used in that context. That makes sense. But I've only heard point blank used in the context of, like, extreme close range. Not having to account for bullet drop. That's interesting. It's a Lycan game that was really fun. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. The other phrase is hit scan, you'll find. Yeah, right. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshots from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel? Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zeeks. As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. That might be technical and compromising. Yeah, right. But it's fun to learn a thing, even if it's like, I'll never remember. But, I mean, or just like, I'll never expect that to be what is intended when I hear the phrase point blank. But it's interesting. Did you do it? No. Prosecution rests. Very well, let the defendant take the witness stand. More like, did you do it? I don't remember. Guilty. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barak Van Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening thesis? I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. I missed all the lead up to this. Oh. I don't know how to possibly explain. There's a lot of shit happening right now. You can probably pick up the main things. Tobias Gregson, Mr. Fish and Chips was found dead from a gunshot wound, and Van Zeeks was standing there holding a gun. And he's like, I don't know what happened. And what exactly took place? I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. But also on top of this, yeah, Kazuma is alive and he's the prosecutor. Strongheart was setting up a symposium, so Susato's dad and the judge from Japan are both here, and they were friends with Kazuma's dad, who was a serial killer from 10 years ago, and Kazuma wants revenge on Van Zeeks because that was his dad. But also, there's a lot of redheaded people running around trying to add people to their club that pays £4 a week. And Sholmes invented a potion to dye his hair blue and then red and then back to normal. And his tummy hurts. What else? The Fujoshi juror has her husband missing, and her husband was a warden at the prison where the professor was not killed and then tried to escape but then was killed. And she thinks her husband was still working there, but it turns out he actually was dismissed 10 years ago. But he's still missing. And a photo of her, a young photo of her, was at the scene of the murder. So that's where we're at right now. So yeah, and also I'm the warden of the prison. That's true. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot. Sounds simple. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the air right now. I never imagined this day would come. And Gina's sad. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. The famous found the gun in his hand. Absolutely. Not the first time it's happened. The Japanese judge and saw there. Hey, yeah. And they're here for a symposium that was delayed, so they, at least Professor Mikotoba's here. Don't know what the judge is up to, but I'm suspicious of everything. Your formal testimony, witness. And Strongheart sus, yeah. This isn't the final case. There is a chapter after this. The facts of the incident. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. He was investigating Gregson? But why? When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Huh. That is weird. That testimony was the whole truth. It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? Gregson shot, Zeke has gun, Zeke no remembered, previous juror's husband missing, he was a guard but got fired 10 years ago, stuff about Cosmo I already knew, dad is murderer, he angry. And a photo of the previous juror, Evie Daly, a younger photo of her, which I have here, was at the scene of the crime for some reason. And they specifically point out it's her younger, in her younger years, which is like, okay, sure. In a partridge in a pear tree. People gotta stick a pit. Yeah, just goes to show. If you've learned one thing from the series, if you ever are in a weird situation and you see a gun on the floor, don't just walk over and pick it up and go, huh? And stare at it for a while. This is not a good idea. You're right, you haven't explained anything away. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. And prom's tomorrow. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. Once got into Kazuma, he's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Don't know what the hell I'm gonna learn from it, but, you know. I was investigating Gregson and my inquiries had led me to that address. Hold it! He hasn't been himself since he died. You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Does the court understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No. I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zeeks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim. And yet, you refused to tell the court why. I'm sure we'll learn eventually. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. +1? Why did I ever think I could defend this man? When I first entered the room that day, it was dark and I saw no one. Hold it! Put the gun in the bag with the fish and chippies and no one gets hurt. Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. Can I prove that candle was lit when he came in? I don't think I can. Just feels like it was blown off. I don't know. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only have just gone down. It still would have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yeah, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started toward the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor.
Hold it!
So who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Aha! Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. Without carefully speaks. Yeah, he's not a normal witness. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm you so much hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I, too, would dearly like to know that. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? A male witness? That's right, one of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all been given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yeah, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak Van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. But what is that supposed to mean? This is a good theme. Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? It's you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
Minor typo.
One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. You! Is this actually an evil version of his theme? Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Thank you for the bits. Do you think this is the song that Ouchie heard when Cosmo cut off his hair? The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because the particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Bah! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum, and the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. It's neat having the prosecution present evidence and pointing out a contradiction. And I have to sit here and be like, okay, why is that wrong? And now to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. Indeed, what is the common thread, counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak Van Zieks. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord. Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet, the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But... Wait. Order! Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it was with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazum has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. And it's formidable. Which is also why he's like, this evidence is a contradiction. It's like the defense tactic. It's neat. It's good. Why is he poised like that? He just stands that way.
Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed to the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord.
And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Wait, hold on.
Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Do I not get to finish my cross-examination? My hope, above all, is that these vendors are the Skulkin brothers. That's what I feel in my heart to be true, that I would want in the world. That's what would make me feel good. It would heal me and curse me in equal measure.
Very well, leave the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. I didn't even get to finish talking to him.
Beppo! Let's fucking go! We're so fucking back! It's Beppo!
So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Oh, I don't. Oh.
Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy, sell what we like, live where we want to live. I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. She does look like the girl from Labor's Right, who was meant to evoke Little Red Riding Hood, so, yeah. Someone fucked with that dude's mesh and it's safe.
Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
Espelent.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little titbits to passers-by, you know.
Jaunty little titbits?
Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel it is. 6 is the price and not a penny less.
Just jaunty little tits. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel.
Judge, 6 it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now get your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins.
Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread, but that bit's up to you in your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 a piece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Yeah.
What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Me, I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. Okay, so we have a source of a loud bang that would have sounded like a gunshot. Okay, got it. Oh, very good. 6 a pop. What do you say? Oh, not in the courtroom, ma'am. I don't... How long is that fuse? Are we sure? You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school. Well, you can't say that out loud.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want a pot with 6 for a pop?
Wait, what?
You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. When have I seen that before? Give her an American accent? Well, because she's all about explosives. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman. She's gonna blow up the courtroom.
All right. I'll buy one. Lovely stuff, right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special, only 600 pence.
600?
It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. It is almost the 5th of November. The Phoenix firecracker has been entered with court record. Good. It's good. I'm glad. And the last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell?
I am a thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on about me, they call me the Observator. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it.
So, you don't actually sell anything?
A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and I think what it means.
Hot. Actual hero? What does that say?
I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please.
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning till night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime.
Well, I'll be begged, I thought, just between us.
Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
Philosopher Beppo is my favorite turnabout in the series.
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
We're gonna get a lot of good information out of them, I can tell.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went into the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
I was scared after death, me, so I ran off to find a copper. Is it? Is a sandwich? I think it's because he's wearing a sandwich board, but maybe he just likes sandwiches. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barak Van Zieks. What's in a Beppo sandwich? Regret, winter chill, and coal.
I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I made myself a tidy sum already.
But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. Be careful, you're almost a Beppo sandwich. Some Italian sausage, still frozen? Oh. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. That's convenient. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No!
Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. Huge bone. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony somehow before we get interrupted by Kazuma and just thrown under the bus.
We saw the whole thing.
Hold it! When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks?
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson? Did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before. Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? He was wearing a wig. He was wearing a wig. My first thought was Sholmes. He was wearing a wig. Yeah, his hair really were red, wasn't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Oh no. Oh no. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Of course. We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? They wigged him. Maybe a clown killed him. I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph is evidence, please, counsel. Yeah. Hey, what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So, it just disappeared. What, do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you? We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. Okay, but the trunk went missing? It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside, we all heard a big bang. Hold it! By which presumably you mean the gunshot. I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? Well, but I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant enter the building. That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went. Just like that. Well, he's the Reaper, and he is what the French call a fait accompli. Fait accompli. When the Reaper is around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? Fait accompli. I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Yes. There's certainly an eminently credible motive. Listen. Great. Great Boupon. And at that point, you ran inside, is that correct? You switched fingers to French really well, thank you. I'm an expert. I'm a professional. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. Hold it! Barry learns French. Good. So when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, see? All the signs of that I can't move very well. You were way behind, presumably with that sandwich board around your neck and a big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? Oh, I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am. Him rotating the sign is very good. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. I agree, he's clearly been through a lot. Turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's arms is just there. Oh dear, you made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. I used to be, Mr. Sandwich. What happened? I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper gunning in. Hold it! So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional I did and yelled out, "What's going off here?" No longer rated S. Oh. Rated. Now you're just Mr. Andwich. Poor Beppo. I get Beppo a warm drink and a big, comfy blanket. Lord Van Zeeks claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
He said candles plural.
I see. Even though Lord Van Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Barak Van Zeeks. That's right, the pale-faced reaper himself. I was a little shocked. I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that reaper a cold hard stare myself.
We'll get to... Oh, his portrait art in the bottom left there. And was there anyone else in the room at the time?
No, of course not. Not at first. But then this old stiff came waddling along behind me, of course. Only him, mind. Oh, I can't handle stairs so well, as you can imagine. Especially on the way up.
And you couldn't have just failed to see someone.
It was a bit dingy in there, I grant you. But there were the candles on the wall and the lamp on the table. There was nowhere anyone could have been hiding. You mark my eyes.
Yeah.
I was scared half to death, me, so I ran off to find a copper.
Oops. Wrong button. If I can't find any holes in this testimony, the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo. The truth is, their combined testimony is fairly damning. Unfortunately, there don't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there? Still, if Lord Van Zeeks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain that we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up. You don't think that one of these three could be the true culprit, do you? I mean, I don't know. What do I know? What I do know is that there's more to this case than is yet to be brought to light. Candlelight.
Hold it! Sent back to the prison? Why? Why would you say such a thing?
So you didn't run to the room with your friends?
Maybe they can Voltron on one.
Oh.
I'm not that sort of girl.
Sorry.
I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there.
Uh-huh.
Ah, right. I see. Old Lippy and the witch ran in there, and when I heard a sort of old lady scream. Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my honor on it.
I wondered what on earth was going on. Which is when you went to find a policeman? A hot meal in a bed, aka send him to prison? Okay. Mods, remove an electron from that chatter.
And I ran into a copper as soon as I turned the corner.
So I brought him straight back to the place. Didn't I do well, eh?
Just between us, that copper's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the Reaper. I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life.
And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe. Considering the catalog of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly inauspicious end. Alright. Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Now they're positive. Oh, it was the electron. Beppo's done nothing wrong. Real quick. I'm gonna just press on the other ones.
Excuse me.
What do you got in your brain? Well, Miss Venus, what do you say?
I say that'll be 600 pennies.
Sorry?
That's my banter on the street whenever anyone comes along.
Well, this isn't Fresno Street. Miser.
Did you just throw a bunch of fireworks in the middle of the courtroom? Hold it! Excuse me.
You there. Mr. Gossip, do you have something to say?
I do, as it happens. Your timing's perfect. I've just got wind of a juicy tale that'll be right up your snicket. You don't want to let this one slip by, I tell you, and 6 is all I ask.
Maybe try Prosecutor Sogi instead. I don't want your gossip, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
It's not mine. Hold it!
What does Beppo have to say? That's what the people want to know. What's on Beppo's mind?
Excuse me.
Mr. Sandwich, do you perhaps have something to fill us in with?
A wise philosopher once said that people are nothing more than mindless signposts.
Sorry?
Which means that signposts are nothing more than mindless people, if you think about it.
Perhaps mind less about philosophy and more mind about the proceedings? This one.
Hold it!
Bars? Maybe? I don't know. You know, they say people are like animals and animals are like people, and signposts are like people. There were candles burning. He was on the floor. Everybody did the dinosaur. Isn't this the thing? God, they always put this at the very end of the dialogue. I guess it's on me for not immediately jumping on it. I like to see a lot of the dialogue. I don't need to see all of it.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
What I think is we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich.
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it? Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you to keep that a secret.
He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all 4s. That's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. What? A pool of blood?
But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold, hard stare. And don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
No, if I mushed.
Good job, Beppo.
But as well, I'm just worried to go. Oh, I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor.
Hold it! You wiped your hand on the floor.
Well, who wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. And they might have thought I'd done it. No ta.
And you didn't think that might be a problem.
Doesn't really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor. They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's the message from all of us.
Is something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, that's all.
Don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor. The blood.
I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo, I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. The scene was tampered with, to some extent.
Beppo gets adopted by the tiny lady.
I meant to go back. I meant to go backwards, not forwards. To this. What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? What do I have that could be... that shows some blood? What do I have that would be... I'll try the photo.
Objection!
Okay, cool. Have a good one, Evie. There are clearly grounds for being suspicious. Yeah, I'm sorry, Counsel. I fail to see why. Well, you know, I was playing devil's advocate.
That's not what that means. You do appear to have something of the devil in you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Says the man barely dishing out penalties.
Got my hand on the blood has to go blood on floor. I was thinking this, but this doesn't show where the blood was found at the scene. Unless the point is like he was in the doorway. So he's far away from the I'll try it.
Objection.
No, cool. He's probably hanging. It looks like it. That last thing was contradictory. I think you'll find. Not that. I hope this isn't. It might be. The thing that tripped me up last time when it was like, the new statement is not actually the one you present on. It's just the one that's meant to clue you in on what the inconsistency is. But if there was blood elsewise. Also, I haven't looked at this. Oh, look at the 3D with the pins. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. It's the same red-headed league advertisement that Sholmes had picked out. Do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene, too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the red-headed league, then? And, there we are. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. It's Servine, and the color. That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Nobody looks at the back of things. Nope. Ever since they invented the technology to spin evidence around, no one ever looks at everything. Okay. What about this? Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. All right. That was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like... What are the chances? What? No way. What are you doing in the courtroom? No one knows. Okay. I quit what happened on the floor. Did you now? Did you now? Did you? The floor, you say. The floor? You say? So you wiped the floor, the blood of my hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? But what did you just say? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection.
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprints found. On the floor. What are you trying to say? Yeah, there you go. Subdomber. There was a handprint in blood left very closely at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Oh, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. Ah, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere. Hot actual hero. What does that mean? The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection.
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Like a hero sandwich, right? And like a hot hero is like a hot sandwich. I feel like the pun doesn't quite come together for me. I get what they're doing. It just look at the floor plan. Yeah. Yeah. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. But that would explain why Van Zieks didn't see the body. If there was something hiding it that then fell over. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel? Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprints found at the scene?
I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by another handprint, the board moving, false testimony. Good thing bulletin boards are light enough to move easily. This one was bolted to the ground. It couldn't have been moved. The contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the courts can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us?
It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved.
What?
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who.
But, I don't know that.
But the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be?
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
I don't like over here.
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Oh. I'm glad they accepted that. I thought closer to the body makes more sense. If you walked into a room and there was something immediately blocking your view of a corner, and you were suspecting someone to be in that room, like, this is making Van Zieks look very incompetent.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway?
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Bayek! If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view. How the board got knocked over then? Because he kicked the door open further than Van Zieks calmly opening it. And the lights from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. Because candles don't cast light anywhere. I guess it's a tall no, I don't know. This is a lot of I guess for me. I feel like you could have walked further in the room and then your peripheral vision would have immediately been like, there's candlelight over there, like, whatever. Granted, he was in there for like 10 seconds, but the accused also claims the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. 'Cause it was me that kicked the door open.
If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force.
That can't.
The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious.
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw.
Oh, counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it. The question was, due to incompetency or maliciousness or what? Into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what do you have to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I'll get the message.
He's got the body type of a Who from Dr. Seuss.
Your body is absurd. I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was that raper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. What does that mean? I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. None of you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened.
That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. Well said, Beppo. Is it? In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak Van Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord. Even though I have absolutely nothing to go off of.
Then you may proceed, counsel.
I
I don't know anything about that there notice board.
Hold it!
So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on?
Admit it? What's to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see. A smashing print of my right hand.
Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint, so you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you?
No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man?
Well, did you see anybody else moving the board?
I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver.
In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point.
Yes. Sure would seem.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years.
Hold it!
Yeah? When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to Kingdom Come.
Why are you...
So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to.
Uh-huh. So she's playing both sides.
You have? Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
What a racket.
Course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives.
I see.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Beppo has thoughts about that. We'll come back to that. Scary. The important point is, you didn't go inside the room where the inspector was killed, isn't that right?
Definitely not. Wouldn't have dreamed of it, would I? I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander.
Hold it!
But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street's my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high.
So you did go to see what had happened.
It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it?
Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're a Homo sapiens, not Homo sinians.
Does that mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me.
In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? Even by A-story standards, these witnesses are especially useless. Yeah, we're not getting a lot out of them.
It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, come on now. Don't tell us you've not noticed. It looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice boards, they're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes.
I can't say I'd ever noticed.
I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor, or off the Reaper, not for 1 second. I had one eye down there and one eye up over there. It was great. I'm just that good.
Sorry?
Well, I was that scared, I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, do you?
If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board.
Aye, that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I could swear to that. I couldn't have missed it if he'd heaved the thing upright again and dragged it in the corner.
Right. Glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma.
I can't see how this changes anything. The detective still died.
Hold it!
Van Zeeks with weeping angel mechanics? Oh no.
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of that gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too.
My fate? That's right. The defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of their story, it may be possible to change all our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it?
Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma's right, and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all this. I know what you mean. I've no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. All right then.
Trust yourself.
I think it was this one.
Trust your instincts.
If it wasn't one of them, the only thought that I had was maybe it was like the police officer that was patrolling the scene. Because whoever is the real Reaper probably has some tie to law enforcement. To have access to all of these things, to know who's innocent, to have more information.
Excuse me.
What do you think, Beppo? Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts, deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind them, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. Heh.
Do you mean to say that you did, in fact, betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? God forbid women have hobbies.
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, young lady, good grief.
Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah.
Either you clearly remember it or you don't.
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened.
Hold it!
I slammed my Venus in the car door. You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
All right. But you did, in fact, go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, all right, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, all right, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, all right then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move that board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft bomb pot?
Oh, don't believe it. That girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. In my imagination, the truth now. I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. Gah! But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much.
Huh.
So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it?
Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there, that was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago.
10 years, you say? The professor case, no doubt.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
I see.
I swiped it off him once, blimey. Once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then.
It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Oh, I knew I should have lifted it.
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners.
Good lord. The glass appears to be broken.
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed, it appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Maybe it was 5 a.m. That watch is a clock.
Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least.
Yeah. Yeah. The glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruto, not an odd job man. I think he's very clearly proven to be an odd job man. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here, look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene. Maybe. Ooh, I know what it's for. Ooh! Ah, there's a tiny keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yeah, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. And so small, too. My neuron was activated like the monkey with the neuron going, ooh. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. How do I combine two pieces of evidence, or do I have to just wait for the game to tell me when it's okay to do? Yeah. The helmet is trying this one's over time. Oh my god. Whoa. No way. It's a key, but it's tiny. What's it for? Miss Susato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. Yes. I was worried that I wouldn't get to open it until the game told me I could. I knew it. A perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Miss Susato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. She's like, and he's like, right, also, Okay. It started ticking again. So, it's not broken. That means that it's not necessarily a reliable time of death. Because it's not the moment that it broke. He just hadn't wound it for a bit. And the cracked face isn't necessarily significant to this case. Could have been broken like that for a long time. Although Gina would know. I don't know. Let's try thinking. I might be productive. Possibly. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. Oh, I have to, I'm gonna save. Tom! 100. The prophecy has been fulfilled. A whole year. 100 months for a year. Thank you so much, Tom. I hope you're well, man. Appreciate it. Only thing about that there, no where I wipe my hand right, that's all. Maybe I just see my gossip, a little peek in the room where it all happened. I don't know anything about it, just a bystander. It was that Reaper, got a face that screams bored. I can't see that changes anything when Texas died when we heard the gunshot.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Thank God that worked, because I had no other ideas. Oh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Order! But counsel, I'm allergic to twists of fate. The watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot. It is exactly the hour. Thank you, champ. Actually, what this does mean is it points to someone involved in the case 10 years ago being attached to this, because if anyone who was around when he got the watch 10 years ago, like a police inspector, like a Strongheart, for just pulling a name out of the top of my head. If he was like, I present to you this watch because you did such a great job with this case 10 years ago, and he knows how it works, you know, he would be able to very easily set up the clock to be at the time he wants people to think the murder happened. So anyone that presented this would have to know how the watch works, because it's a weird system. So theoretically, whoever was involved might have known. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
I have a thought. I had a couple thoughts. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshots at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection.
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. He hadn't missed a day in 10 years. It meant the world to him, that watch. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yeah, I like that we're calling him their Inspector Lestrade. But the pros take this one. It is funny to think that at this point we quite arguably have more experience than Kazuma in just like a year's time. Because he was our superior, and we weren't even planning to be a lawyer. And now we have like way more experience. They would be entirely reasonable. Hey JD, how you doing? But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Boy! Well, you explain that then. In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Do I have to... I just had a terrible thought. Which was, we had the autopsy report, here. And I was like, who the hell is Maria Gori? Oh well, I'll put it on my mind. And I just now I'm like, that's probably Scythe's daughter. Maybe. Possibly. If there's shenanigans with the autopsy report. I mean, the time of death wasn't established, but they would have known if it was like a full day earlier. But she hasn't come up since. Anyway, counsel, this is a most extraordinary claim.
Objection!
My brain's firing on all cylinders, and a lot of those cylinders are firing out of my brain and landing in a field somewhere. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that?
we did just have a case where, on that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right.
Wait a minute, you're forgetting my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood.
Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh.
He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection.
But the blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. I don't like the Cosmos calling this his learned friend. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
Pocket blood. Yeah. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all. Where'd Ginny go?
Objection.
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though?
What?
Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, isn't it? It isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please. What are you trying to say? I say, throwing out the mechanism by which this was done.
Oh, it's not no weird, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood.
The old Beppo's coming back. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is you heard a noise.
Eh? Explain yourself then, counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with... Where did I scroll up? There.
Take that!
Beautiful poor Beppo. Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. With this wig. It had a gun in it.
The very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. So you're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in their room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for those peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection.
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barak Van Zeeks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection.
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I have learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Good heavens, a bomb?
Yes. An anti-gravity device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. It's like a clock. I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device? Yes, exactly. A timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. Gregson's diary did say 5 o'clock specifically. So, a device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot wound? I mean, the gunshot sound. I don't know how to read, or speak, or make noises.
What do I have? A timed device. Timed. It was timed? The device, of course.
Was the watch? Because that would sync it up with when the watch was set to?
Take that!
I don't... Really? Oh, the watch was used as that? That's not what I was thinking. You're suggesting this could have been used as some sort of time delay device? I did think so, my lord. But it's becoming increasingly clear that we've all been very misguided here.
Objection!
Yes, by you.
What? Okay, that was wrong. Okay, I was like, the time has come for a penalty without delay. Okay. That made me think it was right, the way they presented it. They stopped it to fuck with me. Yes, they did. They had specific dialogue for presenting that. Your extravagant claim left to be substantiated with evidence. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, what's your idea? Sure. Is this? I don't have the evidence about, that was testimony. The candles. I was thinking because that has an indication of time, but how is that connected to a timed device? You know what I mean?
Take that!
As the court has discussed, the tip of one of the candles has been blown off. If they get low enough? Maybe? I don't know. Because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. I agree that candles can indicate time passing, but I don't know how this makes sense. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target's at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Was they used the candles as a fuse and had the firecrackers set up on the candle? And so then it burnt down, lit the fuse, it blew up, it extinguished that one candle, and then the other two candles kept burning? Is that what happened? That's pretty clever. If that's the case. It's turning into a ghost trick machine. Yeah. Centimeters from the gun. Ah. Girl, I don't know. Hi, Shiv. Saw trap. Something's happening, which means that the scorching of the candle can't be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How can that be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle, how would you line that up so precisely? For a candle to burn down to a specific, like, 5 o'clock on the dot? It suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. Very carefully. Yeah. The fact that they added a ticking clock noise when it's a candle fuse is really stupid. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. That I'm fine with. I'm just like, how would you accurately say when that candle would go off? You'd just be like, oh, like that far down would be like about this much time, give or take. Like, whatever. Yeah, like you would know how long the candle would last. You'd be able to time it, but it's just like, there's gotta be variance. It wouldn't be, I don't know. After the killer had left the scene. Yeah, candles were used as clocks, and you would know like this is like a hour-long burning, or like many hours, whatever. This is like a 4-hour candle, something. I don't know, but it's fine. The candles slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. Not much in a closed room. That's fair. Just seems like if Van Zieks was a minute earlier, he would have walked around the room and been like, there's fireworks attached to a candle. Like, I don't know. It's fine. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we'd been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now just hold your horses. You mean my Uma Musume's? I'd always thought here, saw the victim go into the building, remember? Well, they saw a guy with red hair. I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig, so the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red wig.
Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Yeah, funny. Yeah. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That explains the trunk? How would that explain the trunk? If they hid inside the trunk, and that was how they escaped, and they had an inside man, or woman, who then removed them from the premises later. Oh no, Gregson was in the trunk. Right. But then they might have also left through the trunk, because there was no trunk at the scene. Or they... Kazuma? Stupid, sexy Kazuma. Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Or they. Oh, yeah. He, she, or they. I stand corrected. I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. It's corruption arc. I don't know if it's corruption. I don't know what it is. After all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Evil music continues. Exactly. Thank you for the bits. There's no way to know by the time I say, or they, I'm quoting Northern Lion. Okay. Good.
Or damn, Prosecutor Asogi. What on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly, I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard?
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating.
I agree.
My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Probably the missing husband. Sherlock was on that one too. I mean, Herlock.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
The case of the missing Chippy.
It was in me hand, and then I turned around and turned back, and it was gone. And yes, I had the taste of Chippy in my mouth, but still, I don't remember eating it. Where did it go, man? Where did it go?
What if it was this?
Take that!
I can't say I find your answer suggestive of anything in particular. Other than perhaps it is utterly wrong, that much you have clarified most expertly. Well, congratulations, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You deserve a reward for that expert display. Why is this case fucking with me so bad? Did you just draw Karuba on me, my friend? I think, Mr. Naruhodo, that there's one particular piece of evidence that does stand out in showing what case he was investigating. Okay. My lord, I have the answer now.
Very well. Present your argument.
Yeah, so the thing about, which case, because I know, we all know, we're all thinking it, I mean, but the evidence that points to the case, the hairpiece, though, could indeed It suggests the case being investigated by the inspector. That one. We don't. Yeah, it's so obvious. I'm honestly embarrassed that you're needing me to point out which evidence you want me to point to. Because we're all thinking it. So why would I even say it out loud? That's so silly. This is the introduction. That's not that. This is the dismissal notice, which is, I mean, when he says evidence, does he mean I'm introducing new evidence, or is evidence that's already been brought up? Is it the photograph? Because that's seems kind of a little bit random to be at the scene. I don't know, but that maybe Alzo's report. I don't think so. But I thought no report because there's a bunch of shit on there he's working on. Yeah. Well. Is there a discoloration on his fingers that I'm only just now noticing, or is that the lighting? It seems very consistent. That his fingertips are slightly paler or something. Is it the lighting? You see it too, though, right? They look slightly different. That's the chippy stain. That's the chippy stain. I'm gonna try the fucking photo.
Take that!
I'm gonna try the fucking photo. It's pretty wrong. Yeah, that's cool. I was testing you, Your Honor, because we all know what the right answer is. So I thought it'd be funny if I tried something else.
Take that!
Like this one. Cool. So that's also wrong, you say? Okay. Is it the case of the Red-Headed League? Is it the case of the missing Chippy? Is it the I don't. You're doing great, thank you. I don't think so.
Take that!
That's also wrong as fuck, my dude. Brionoski, we're all getting very, very embarrassed for you. It is the opinion of this court that, bro, do you need a break? It's cool, you can take a break. We don't want you to feel that bad. But like, damn, dude. What about this? What about the wig? Why is it the... Why is it the wig? He Vilvervigs. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. I thought that the wig was planted on Gregson so the witnesses would think they saw him walk in. I didn't think that that was gonna be like proof that Gregson was investigating a case and he was wearing the wig. We'll see. So you'd already worked it out. Okay, no los dos. Maybe. Everyone in all of London's wearing a red wig right now.
What on earth is this about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
No, it's the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, Your Honor. The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
A deception of what nature, Counsel?
They have been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads?
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. Yeah, and it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at last. At least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for these charged men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We'll have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Oh. Boh.
Huh. I'm wondering if this is where we leave it for now. I know it's a little bit early. I know it's not the super long stream, but I need to find a good stopping point because I might not be coming back to this until Tuesday. So, I think it's like either this or I go until the next break, which might be like several hours. At which point I will be a husk because doing these streams back to back is always murder on my throat. So, I think it makes sense. There's a good bit left for the next break. That's kind of how I feel. Tuesday in it. I'll be back on Sunday. I'll be streaming. And if those plans fall through, we'll probably continue this case then. But, yeah. Unwilling to be a husk. It is my privilege to be a husk. So, also, boo. Yeah, I know, I get it. It's a very, I mean, better this, like, awkward off-ramp than, like, a big dramatic twist. Followed by it to be continued, and then we have to wait for closure. This is just, like, kind of partway through a chapter, which is unsatisfying for a different reason. But, so, we haven't gotten to the thick of it yet. Yeah, but there's plenty of things spinning, and hopefully it won't take too much of my brain to remember what the hell's going on. But thank you for hanging. This case, I'm not surprised that it's a doozy. I feel like we've only scratched the surface, because they talked about how it's gonna be about Van Zeeks, but also, like, the Reaper as a whole. So it's gonna turn into a mess. So, anywho, appreciate it. Brother Brain Milk questions, rise, exactly. And then the further in the case I go, the more details I have to remember, mid-trial, so it's good. It's a strong case. It's neat. We love ourselves a little locked door mystery. It's been pretty good. I appreciate everyone chatting and hanging. Let me get caught up real quick. Raz the Roo, thanks for 37 months. Catch up on VODs. Glad this game series finally broke me. I am so broken. Bloober Doober, thanks for 8 months. Old Man Yowie, it's real. Wire Mouse, thanks for 71 months. That Cosmo reveal is peak. Tina, thanks for soup. During one of the trial segments, heavy warning for attempted suicide. Yeah, we haven't gotten to that yet, but something to keep in mind if anyone is sensitive to such things. Just know that that will happen at some point in this trial. And stay safe. Do what you gotta do. TPO, thanks for the raid. Mike Burnfire, thanks for the raid. Wire Mouse, thanks for the 100 bits. Sound Defense, thanks for 100 bits. 4 pounds and 1900 is 581 US dollars today. Inflation be crazy. Ozil, thanks for 50 bits. And another 50 bits. Pyro Spider, thanks for 6 years. Oof. It's Joanna, thanks for 11 months. Ozil, thank you. Kid Ludens, thanks for 44 months. I didn't know you were British. Yeah, I understand my English accent is so convincing. People might not actually know I'm actually American. I'm not actually British. Or Scottish. Even though, you know, my Scottish accent was just remarkably authentic. So, yeah, thank you. Tom, thanks for the 50 bits. Trying to find a son of the old man who killed Rex brother when I have the chance to do something really funny. Yeah. Naya Dalamash, thanks for 100 months. That's a big number. Ozil, thank you for all the bits. I appreciate it. Comment on YouTube, the song's out here when Cosmo cut off his hair. Cosmo's first case are used to and done with the Ace Attorney nonsense. And Mech Analyst Tom with 100 months as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Hope everyone has a good weekend. I'm gonna go throw you over to someone. Who that someone is probably Beth. We're gonna go. Whoop. Sorry about that. Me pulling up the stream. Bath is playing Repo with like a whole ton of people. I might join. I might just decide to rest my voice, so I might not. But regardless, let's go raid with a woe raid. But yeah, thanks. Have a good weekend. I'll be back Sunday, and returning to this probably on Tuesday, potentially Sunday. So join but be quiet. Yeah, but Repo is fun when you can yell. So we'll see. But I have to at least break and stuff. But I haven't played Repo in a long time. Might be fun to revisit at some point. But yeah, thanks. Thanks for hanging and watching and lurking and twerking and whatever you've been doing. We're gonna come back next time. I'm gonna send out the raid. Thanks. Have a good one. Goodbye. Get the fuck out of here. Stream's over. Shoo. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. Hope you're enjoying Case 4 thus far, and your brain is not a pile of mush like mine is. Thanks. See you in the next one. Goodbye. I'm so glad Beppo's back.